Before we begin, take a moment to settle into a place where you can truly relax. Tonight, we're going to travel far back in time, to a world that rose from a cluster of quiet hills beside the Tiber River and grew into one of the most influential civilizations in human history. This is the entire story of the Roman Empire. In the quiet stretches of early Italian landscapes, long before marble cities rose beneath the Mediterranean sun, there were only forests, rivers, and small settlements scattered across rolling hills. The land that would one day echo with the footsteps of emperors and legions was still a patchwork of tribes, each living close to the rhythms of the earth. The Tiber River flowed gently through the countryside, its waters carrying reflections of sky and foliage, its currents whispering through reeds that swayed in the breeze. To the early inhabitants of this region, it was a world filled with possibility, yet shaped by hardship, a place where the boundaries between myth and memory blurred in the soft haze of distant time. Among the stories told by those early people was the tale of twin brothers saved from the brink of death, carried by the waters of the river they would someday transform into the lifeline of a city. This tale, passed down for generations, spoke of Romulus and Remus, children left to fate, but rescued by unlikely compassion. A she-wolf, according to tradition, discovered the infants and nursed them until a shepherd took them into his home. Whether this story emerged from collective imagination or preserved fragments of a forgotten event mattered little to those who repeated it. It became a symbol of resilience, survival, and the mysterious forces that shape destiny. As the brothers grew, they came to embody the spirit of the land they lived in, strong, ambitious, and restless. Their story, though shaped by legend, reflected the early character of the people who inhabited the hills around the Tiber, independent, attuned to their surroundings, and driven by a yearning for identity. When Romulus eventually founded the city that bore his name, its beginnings were humble, more a cluster of dwellings than a metropolis. Yet from this modest start, Rome began to take shape, guided by traditions, instincts sharpened by the demands of survival. The earliest Romans were a blend of families, exiles, wanderers, and those seeking new beginnings. Their communities gathered on the hills overlooking the river, building homes from simple materials and forming bonds that carried them through uncertain times. They created rituals to honor the gods they believed watched over them, celebrating harvests, births, and victories with offerings and ceremonies. These early practices laid the foundation for a culture that would, over centuries, intertwine deeply with religious devotion, civic duty, and the rhythms of the natural world. Life in the young settlement was not easy, shaped by both cooperation and conflict. Neighboring tribes shared resources, traditions, and stories, but they also competed for land, security, and influence. Rome's early inhabitants developed skills necessary for defense and negotiation, learning to navigate the shifting alliances that defined the region. Wooden palisades rose around the settlement, protecting families as they tended crops and tended animals. Markets began to form where goods could be traded, and slowly the settlement grew into a recognizable community with customs and laws that guided daily life. In these early generations, governance took the form of kingship, a role shaped by tradition rather than divine right. The kings of early Rome were leaders who guided religious rites, settled disputes, and organized the city's defenses. Their authority rested not in absolute power, but in the respect they earned from the people. The stories surrounding these early kings blend history and legend, portraying them as figures who introduced essential practices, building temples, establishing calendars, and laying the groundwork for the institutions that would one day define Roman identity. The world around Rome was rich with cultural influences. To the north, the Etruscans developed cities marked by sophisticated art, engineering, and religious practices. To the south, Greek colonies flourished along the coastline, bringing with them stories, philosophies, and ways of life shaped by centuries of thought and creativity. Rome, positioned between these worlds, absorbed their influences quietly, weaving them into its own evolving culture. The Romans learned engineering techniques from the Etruscans, artistic forms from the Greeks, and agricultural practices from various neighboring groups. This willingness to adopt and adapt would become one of the defining traits of Rome's development. As the settlement expanded, trade increased, drawing merchants and travelers from surrounding regions. The Tiber River became a vital route for transporting goods, connecting the growing city to distant lands. Boats carrying grain, pottery, fabric, and tools passed along its waters, contributing to Rome's prosperity. The hills surrounding the developing city provided natural defenses and vantage points. The land yielded crops of wheat, barley, and grapes, supporting a population that gradually transformed from scattered families into an organized community. Over time, the kingship that guided the early city faced challenges. Some kings ruled with fairness and wisdom, strengthening the bonds that held Rome together. Others ruled with ambition that threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of power. The final king, whose reign became associated with tyranny, ignited unrest that would alter the course of Roman history. In response to growing grievances, the people united to end monarchy altogether, choosing instead to create a new form of governance that gave greater voice to citizens. With the expulsion of the last king, Rome entered a new chapter, marked not by the leadership of a single ruler, but by shared authority managed through elected officials. This transition from monarchy to a republic did not occur in a single moment, but emerged through the collective will of a people determined to protect their community. They established magistracies responsible for different aspects of governance, created assemblies where citizens could participate in decision-making, and developed a system of checks designed to prevent the abuses that had tarnished the rule of their final king. These early reforms laid the foundation for the Roman Republic, a system that would guide Rome through centuries of expansion, conflict, and transformation. As the young republic took shape, Rome was still little more than a city among many in central Italy, its future uncertain and its destiny unwritten. Yet something within the character of the people, forged by hardship, influenced by neighboring cultures, and strengthened by a deep sense of community, pushed the city forward. From these earliest foundations, Rome began a journey that would carry it far beyond the riverbanks where it was born, shaping the contours of history in ways far greater than its first inhabitants could ever have imagined. With the monarchy gone and the republic newly formed, Rome stepped cautiously into a different kind of future. The people who had once relied on kings now placed their trust in a system that required shared responsibility and participation. It was an experiment in collective governance, unfamiliar and at times uncertain, but it reflected a deep desire to safeguard the community from the concentration of power in a single pair of hands. In this new order, magistrates were elected for limited terms, and no one individual could dominate the state for long. 2 consuls, chosen each year, served as Rome's chief officials, their authority balanced by the knowledge that their time in office was brief and their actions subject to scrutiny. The creation of the Senate added another layer of stability. This council of elder statesmen, drawn from influential families, offered experience and wisdom to guide the republic. They debated laws, advised magistrates, and shaped policies that affected every aspect of Roman life. The Senate's influence grew steadily as the republic matured, becoming the backbone of Roman political identity. It was within these gatherings that decisions were made not only about governance, but about diplomacy, warfare, and the future direction of the state. At the heart of the republic was the idea that citizens, those recognized as members of the community, had a role to play in sustaining its institutions. Assemblies were held where men could vote on laws, elect magistrates, and express their views on matters of importance. Though not all residents enjoyed the same rights, The system represented a significant shift from the days of kings. It encouraged a sense of investment in the city's fate, fostering loyalty and engagement that would support Rome's expansion in the centuries ahead. Yet the early republic was not without tension. Roman society was divided between the patricians, who came from ancient aristocratic families, and the plebeians, who represented the broader population. These groups lived side by side, worked together, and fought alongside one another, but their rights were not equal. The plebeians sought greater protections, access to political offices, and safeguards against abuses of power. Their struggles, known collectively as the conflict of the orders, shaped much of the early republic's history. Through negotiation, protest, and persistence, the plebeians gradually secured reforms that expanded their influence within the state. One of the most important moments came when the laws of the 12 tables were created. These were the first written laws of Rome, carved into bronze tablets and displayed publicly for all to see. By making the laws accessible, Rome ensured that citizens knew their rights and the limits of authority. This transparency formed a cornerstone of Roman justice and helped establish trust between the people and their leaders. As reforms continued, plebeians gained the right to elect their own representatives, known as tribunes, who were empowered to protect ordinary citizens from unfair treatment. These tribunes could veto decisions they believed harmful and defend the interests of the wider population. Over time, the distinction between patricians and plebeians softened as more offices became accessible to people of diverse backgrounds. This evolution strengthened the republic, making it more resilient and better able to adapt to the challenges that lay ahead. While Rome refined its internal structure, it also faced external pressures. Surrounding tribes and cities, Etruscans, Sabines, Equi, Volscians, and others, vied for influence in the region. Rivalries over land, resources, and security were common, and Rome had to defend itself repeatedly in its early years. These conflicts tested the resolve of the young republic, requiring citizens to take up arms and defend the city against threats. Roman soldiers, known as legionaries, grew accustomed to discipline and unity, forging a military culture that would later define the empire. Through persistence, strategy, and determination, Rome gradually expanded its influence throughout central Italy. Alliances were formed, treaties negotiated, and rival powers defeated. Each victory reinforced the belief that Rome was destined for greatness, and each setback taught lessons that strengthened the republic. Roads were built to connect new territories, fostering communication and trade. Local customs were respected but integrated into the broader Roman system, creating a mosaic of cultures united under shared laws and mutual obligations. One of the defining features of Roman expansion was its approach to conquered peoples. Instead of simply subjecting them to rule, Rome often granted varying degrees of citizenship or allied status. This willingness to incorporate others into the Roman framework fostered loyalty and encouraged cooperation. Over time, entire regions became woven into the fabric of the Republic, providing soldiers, resources, and cultural contributions. This inclusiveness helped Rome consolidate power and maintain stability across a broad and diverse territory. As Rome's influence extended beyond its immediate neighbors, new challenges emerged. The city found itself drawn into conflicts with powerful adversaries who viewed its rising presence with suspicion. The Etruscans to the north continued to pose a threat, while Greek colonies in southern Italy brought Rome into contact with the rich cultural traditions of the Hellenic world. These interactions introduced new ideas in art, literature, philosophy, and science, further shaping Roman identity. The Romans, ever pragmatic, adopted elements they admired while preserving their own customs. Among the most formidable opponents Rome encountered in this period were the Samnites, a fierce and determined people from the central mountains. The Samnite Wars, a series of prolonged conflicts, tested Rome's endurance and strategic abilities. These wars were marked by dramatic victories and humbling defeats, but through resilience and adaptation, Rome eventually prevailed. The experience solidified the strength of the legions and demonstrated Rome's capacity for determination even in the face of formidable challenges. By the time Rome had secured dominance over much of the Italian peninsula, it had transformed from a modest city to a burgeoning power. Its armies were seasoned, its political structures refined, and its alliances widespread. Yet the Republic had only just begun to step onto the larger stage of Mediterranean affairs. Beyond the shores of Italy lay powerful kingdoms, wealthy trade routes, and ancient civilizations that would soon cross paths with Rome, setting the course for some of the most defining conflicts in ancient history. As the Republic looked outward, it stood at the threshold of a new chapter, one that would bring great triumphs, devastating losses, and a rise to influence far beyond anything its earliest inhabitants could have imagined. The story of Rome was shifting from regional struggles to encounters with distant powers, each interaction shaping the identity and destiny of the emerging empire. As Rome secured its position across the Italian peninsula, its ambitions and responsibilities grew in equal measure. The Republic, strengthened by decades of struggle and adaptation, now faced a world far larger and more complex than the hills and valleys of its homeland. Beyond the seas lay rival powers who had shaped the Mediterranean long before Rome emerged, and it was inevitable that their paths would eventually converge. The most formidable among them was a wealthy maritime empire in North Africa, a power built on trade, alliances, and centuries of experience navigating the expansive waters that connected distant cultures. This was Carthage. The relationship between Rome and Carthage began not with hostility, but with mutual respect. Both powers recognized each other's strength and entered into agreements that safeguarded their interests. But as Rome extended its influence southward and absorbed regions once controlled or protected by Greek cities, friction grew. The island of Sicily, situated between the Italian peninsula and North Africa, became the first point of major contention. Its fertile lands and strategic ports were coveted by both powers, and the delicate balance of cooperation slowly tipped toward conflict. The war that followed would become known as the First Punic War, a struggle that lasted for more than 2 decades. At the beginning of the conflict, Rome had little naval experience. Its strengths lay on land, where the disciplined legions excelled. Carthage, by contrast, commanded one of the most formidable fleets in the ancient world. Yet Rome, fueled by determination and guided by an uncanny ability to learn quickly, built ships modeled on Carthaginian designs, and taught its soldiers to fight at sea with the same unity they displayed on land. Battles raged across the waters surrounding Sicily, with each side gaining and losing ground in a long, exhausting contest. The war tested both societies deeply. Romans adapted to the unpredictable nature of naval warfare, while Carthaginians faced an enemy that refused to be intimidated by unfamiliar circumstances. In time, Rome's persistence paid off. A decisive victory secured their position in Sicily, marking the first time Rome held territory beyond the Italian peninsula. The acquisition broadened Rome's vision of what it could achieve, opening paths toward further expansion and deeper involvement in Mediterranean affairs. The peace that followed the First Punic War was uneasy, as both powers understood that their rivalry had not been resolved. Carthage, facing financial strain from the long conflict, turned its gaze to Iberia, where rich resources offered a means to rebuild its strength. Led by a family of exceptional military leaders, the Carthaginians expanded their influence across the peninsula. Among these leaders was a young general whose skill, ambition, and resolve would soon plunge the Mediterranean world into one of its most dramatic and unforgettable chapters. His name was Hannibal. Hannibal grew up in a world defined by Rome's rising power, and according to later traditions, he carried a deep-seated determination to resist that expansion. When he assumed command in Iberia, he moved swiftly to strengthen Carthaginian control, inspiring loyalty among local tribes and building an army of remarkable diversity. The spark that ignited the Second Punic War came from a conflict over a small city, but the deeper tension was clear. Rome and Carthage were destined for another collision, one that would surpass the struggles of the past in scale and intensity. What followed was a journey that would become legendary. Instead of confronting Rome head-on across the sea, Hannibal led his army through Iberia, over the harsh terrain of Gaul, and across the towering Alps. The crossing was perilous, marked by treacherous paths, bitter cold, and fierce resistance from mountain tribes. By the time Hannibal and his army descended into northern Italy, they had endured unimaginable hardship. Yet their arrival sent shockwaves through the Republic. Rome had never faced an enemy who appeared so suddenly, bypassing its defenses and threatening its heartland. The battles that followed tested the Roman Republic to its limits. At Trebia, Lake Trasimene, and finally at Cannae, Hannibal demonstrated a mastery of strategy that stunned his opponents. The defeat at Cannae, where Roman forces suffered catastrophic losses, became one of the darkest days in Roman history. Panic swept through the Republic as citizens feared that the city itself might fall. But in this moment of crisis, Rome revealed the depth of its resilience. Rather than surrender, the Republic reorganized its defenses, avoided direct confrontation, and slowly began to wear down its formidable adversary. Hannibal, though victorious in numerous battles, faced the challenge of fighting deep within enemy territory without consistent reinforcements from Carthage. Rome adopted a strategy of attrition, cutting supply lines, reclaiming lost territories, and gradually turning the tide. Years passed in this grinding conflict, shaping a generation of Romans who grew up under the shadow of constant threat. Eventually, the Republic found its own brilliant commander in Scipio Africanus, a leader whose strategic insight rivaled Hannibal's. By carrying the war into North Africa, Scipio forced Carthage to recall its greatest general, leading to a climactic battle that finally brought the Second Punic War to an end. Rome's victory reshaped the Mediterranean world. Carthage survived, but its power diminished. Rome, now dominant, stepped more confidently into the role of a regional authority. Its legions, hardened by years of warfare, began to intervene in conflicts across Greece, the eastern Mediterranean, and the wider world. The Republic's ambitions expanded alongside its territories, and the experience of facing such a skilled adversary left an imprint on Roman thinking. They had learned the necessity of readiness, the importance of alliances, and the dangers of leaving threats unaddressed. As Rome grew stronger, the internal pressures within the Republic also began to intensify. The influx of wealth and slaves from conquered territories brought opportunities and challenges. Land ownership shifted, social tensions rose, and questions about citizenship and rights became increasingly urgent. The Republic, once united by shared struggle, now found itself wrestling with the consequences of rapid expansion. Yet even amid these growing complexities, Rome continued to build the foundations of what would become one of the most influential empires in human history. As Rome emerged from the long shadow of the Punic Wars, it stood transformed. The Republic had endured enormous strain, yet it emerged stronger, wealthier, and more deeply connected to the world beyond Italy. Its legions had marched across continents, its admirals had commanded vast fleets, and its leaders had negotiated with kings and republics from Iberia to Asia Minor. Rome was no longer merely an Italian power. It was becoming the central force in Mediterranean affairs, a role that carried both opportunity and profound responsibility. The defeat of Carthage opened routes for Roman influence in Greece, where centuries-old city-states found themselves divided by rivalries and external threats. Rome entered these conflicts first as an ally, presenting itself as a protector of Greek freedom, but over time its presence grew more authoritative. The complexities of Greek politics drew the Republic into a series of wars that eventually brought most of Greece under Roman control. The cultural exchange that followed flowed in both directions. Greek art, literature, philosophy, and religion left a deep imprint on Roman life, enriching its culture and shaping its identity. Temples reflected Greek designs, statues captured the beauty of Hellenic craftsmanship, and Roman families began educating their children in the language and ideas of the Greek world. In the east, the powerful kingdoms left behind by Alexander the Great's empire remained formidable. Yet they too could not ignore Rome's growing stature. Conflicts with Macedon, confrontations with the Seleucid Empire, and shifting alliances all contributed to Rome's gradual dominance. Each victory extended Roman influence further, and each new alliance brought fresh complexities. Governors were appointed to manage distant provinces, legions were stationed far from home, and the Senate found itself responsible for regions it had once known only by reputation. But with expansion came strain. Wealth flowed into Rome in amounts unimaginable only a generation earlier. Gold, silver, grain, slaves, and luxury goods arrived from conquered lands, reshaping the economic landscape. Large estates grew as wealthy families purchased vast tracts of land, often worked by slaves captured in war. Small farmers struggled to compete, leading many to lose their land and move into the city. The population of Rome swelled with people seeking work, security, or simply survival. Amid this growing inequality, political tensions deepened. Voices arose calling for reform. Among them were two brothers whose names would echo through Roman history, Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus. These men, born into a respected family, sought to restore balance by passing laws that redistributed land and provided support for Rome's poorest citizens. Their proposals challenged the entrenched interests of the elite, leading to fierce resistance. Tiberius, and later Gaius, met tragic ends, their deaths marking a turning point in the Republic. Violence had entered Roman politics in a way that would prove difficult to reverse. The tensions that followed revealed fractures in the Republic's structure. Factions formed around powerful individuals who sought influence through promises, favors, and alliances. The Senate struggled to maintain control as charismatic leaders gained support from soldiers, veterans, and the common people. The Republic's institutions, once designed to prevent any one person from gaining too much authority, now strained under the weight of competing ambitions. Rome's military successes contributed to this transformation. Soldiers serving far from home developed loyalty not just to the state, but to their commanders, who ensured their pay, supplies, and rewards. Generals gained unprecedented influence, their popularity growing with each victory. Among these leaders was Gaius Marius, a man of remarkable skill who reformed the Roman army by allowing landless citizens to enlist. His changes created a more professional force, but they also deepened the personal bond between soldiers and their commanders, altering the nature of Roman power. The conflicts that followed, known as the Social War, arose from Rome's refusal to grant full citizenship to its Italian allies, despite their long service in war. These communities had fought alongside Roman soldiers for generations, yet they lacked the political rights enjoyed by citizens. The struggle that erupted was both tragic and transformative. After bitter fighting, Rome agreed to extend citizenship to its allies, reshaping the Republic's demographic and political landscape. As new citizens were incorporated into the state, Rome soon faced internal strife of a different kind. The rivalry between Marius and another rising general, Sulla, escalated into outright civil war. For the first time in Roman history, legions marched against their own city. The violence that followed left deep scars, as Sulla seized power and reshaped the government through reforms he believed would strengthen the Senate and limit the influence of popular assemblies. But the stability he sought proved short-lived. After his retirement and death, old tensions resurfaced, and new ambitions took shape. Rome was now a vast and complex society, connected to lands stretching from the Atlantic coast to the mountains of Anatolia. Its roads carried travelers, merchants, and soldiers across immense distances. Its ports bustled with ships from Africa, Gaul, Asia, and Greece. The city itself brimmed with people from countless cultures, languages, and traditions. Temples stood beside marketplaces, and the hum of public life filled its winding streets. Yet beneath this vibrancy lay a growing sense that the Republic's foundations were struggling to bear the weight of its responsibilities. New leaders emerged, men of immense talent and ambition who saw both the challenges and the opportunities of their era. They navigated a landscape shaped by wealth, inequality, military power, and political fragmentation. Their alliances, rivalries, and visions for Rome would soon steer the Republic toward a path no one could have fully foreseen, a path that led not to collapse, but to transformation. The Republic that had endured for centuries was beginning to change, carried by currents too powerful to resist, and the world stood on the edge of a new chapter in Roman history. As Rome moved deeper into the 1st century before the Common Era, the pressures shaping the Republic became impossible to ignore. The institutions that had once guided the city with steadiness now struggled under the weight of rising ambitions and shifting loyalties. The memory of earlier civil unrest still lingered, yet new leaders emerged who were determined to leave their mark on history. They formed alliances built on mutual advantage, shared goals, and an understanding that the Republic was no longer the small, unified community it had once been. Instead, it had become the center of a sprawling world, and the men who aimed to steer its future needed power on a scale the old system had never anticipated. Among these figures were 3 individuals whose names would shape the destiny of Rome: Gaius Julius Caesar, Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, known to history as Pompey the Great, and Marcus Licinius Crassus. Each man possessed immense influence. Pompey had earned fame through military victories across the Mediterranean. Crassus commanded vast wealth and connections. Caesar, though younger and less established at the outset, possessed a rare charisma and ambition that drew people to him with ease. Together they forged an informal partnership, a private understanding that each would support the others in their pursuits. This alliance strengthened their positions, but placed unprecedented pressure on the Republic's fragile balance. Through their cooperation, Caesar secured command in Gaul, a region stretching across what is now France, Belgium, parts of Switzerland, and Germany. There he began a campaign that would last years and transform him into one of the most celebrated and feared commanders of his time. His legions crossed rivers, scaled mountains, and fought tribes whose strength and resilience challenged Roman determination. Caesar wrote of these campaigns with clarity and purpose, presenting himself as both a protector of Rome and a figure destined for greatness. His victories brought unimaginable wealth to the Republic and unwavering loyalty from the soldiers who followed him through hardship after hardship. While Caesar expanded Rome's borders in the north, Pompey and Crassus pursued their own aims at home and abroad. But the alliance that had once united them could not withstand growing rivalries. Crassus sought glory to match that of his peers and embarked on a campaign in the east, only to meet disaster on the plains of Carrhae. His death shook the delicate arrangement that had kept Rome's most powerful men aligned. With Crassus gone, mistrust grew between Caesar and Pompey, each viewing the other with increasing suspicion. The Senate, fearful of Caesar's rising influence and the loyalty of his legions, sought to curb his power by ordering him to relinquish his command and return to Rome unarmed. To comply would have left him vulnerable to prosecution by political enemies. Caesar, faced with a choice that would shape the fate of the Republic, made a decision that echoed through history. He led his soldiers across the Rubicon River, stepping into Italian territory with the full weight of his army behind him. This act, simple in motion yet profound in consequence, marked the beginning of another civil war. As Caesar advanced toward Rome, Pompey withdrew, gathering forces across the sea. The conflict spread across Italy, Greece, and the wider Mediterranean, drawing soldiers from every corner of the Republic. Battles were fought with determination and loss on both sides. Eventually, Caesar emerged victorious, his leadership and strategy overcoming the forces loyal to Pompey, who met his end far from the land he had once served with distinction. In the aftermath of this civil war, Caesar returned to Rome bearing both triumph and responsibility. The city, weary from years of conflict, looked to him for stability, He initiated reforms aimed at governance, debt relief, and the organization of provinces. His influence grew steadily, and though he refused the title of king, the scope of his authority surpassed anything held by leaders before him. This concentration of power unsettled many senators who prized the traditions of the Republic. They feared that Rome stood on the brink of losing the very identity that had defined it for centuries. The tension reached its tragic conclusion on a day meant to signify renewal and clarity. Within the Senate, beneath the shadow of statues honoring Rome's heroes, Caesar was confronted by men he had once called colleagues. Their blades, driven by a belief that they were saving the Republic, instead plunged the city into chaos. Caesar fell, and with him fell the illusion that the Republic could return to what it once had been. His death did not restore the old order, but unleashed a new wave of conflict that would sweep through the Roman world. In the years that followed, familiar patterns repeated themselves. Alliances formed and fractured, battles raged across seas and continents, and the struggle for power deepened. Caesar's supporters and those who opposed his memory clashed in a series of conflicts that further eroded the institutions that held the Republic together. Among the figures who emerged from this turmoil was Caesar's young heir, Octavian, a man whose calm demeanor masked a resolute will. He joined forces with Mark Antony, a skilled general, and Lepidus, forming another alliance intended to stabilize Rome. Yet, like the partnerships before it, this one carried within it the seeds of future discord. The war that followed between Octavian and Antony became intertwined with the fate of Egypt, where Cleopatra, a ruler of intelligence and charisma, sought to safeguard her kingdom through alliances with Rome's leaders. The union between Cleopatra and Antony added a personal dimension to the political conflict, drawing the attention of the Roman world. Their combined forces met Octavian in a decisive confrontation that would determine not only the victor, but the future shape of Roman rule. The battle ended in Octavian's favor, and as Antony and Cleopatra's tragic story reached its final chapter, the Republic itself neared the end of its long narrative. Octavian returned to Rome as the unchallenged master of the Roman world. Yet he knew that outright dictatorship would provoke resistance. Instead, he presented himself as a restorer of stability, slowly reshaping the government while maintaining the forms of republican tradition. In time, he accepted the title Augustus, becoming the first emperor of Rome. His rise marked the beginning of a new era, an era in which Rome transformed from a republic shaped by competition and conflict into an empire guided by a single guiding hand. With Augustus guiding Rome into its new era, the city entered a period of quiet transformation. Though the outward symbols of the Republic remained, the Senate continued to meet, magistrates still held annual offices, and public assemblies were maintained. The true nature of Roman governance had shifted. Power now flowed through a single figure, yet Augustus wielded it with such care and restraint that many believed he had restored, rather than replaced, the old order. He understood the importance of perception, presenting himself as a guardian of tradition, while slowly reshaping the structures that ensured Rome's stability. Under his leadership, the city flourished. Roads were repaired and extended across vast distances, allowing travelers, merchants, and soldiers to move with ease through the empire's expanding territories. Aqueducts brought fresh water from distant hills, supplying baths, fountains, and homes. Public buildings rose with a grandeur that reflected both Roman pride and the influence of cultures absorbed through centuries of expansion. Temples, theaters, and marketplaces adorned the city, their columns and arches casting long shadows across bustling squares where citizens gathered for business, debate, and celebration. The peace established under Augustus became known as the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, a period that lasted for generations. Though occasional conflicts flared along distant borders, the heart of the empire enjoyed stability unseen in previous centuries. Trade routes flourished across land and sea, bringing goods from Africa, Asia, and Europe to markets throughout the empire. Silks arrived from distant lands, spices traveled from the east, and grain flowed continuously from fields in Egypt and North Africa, sustaining the immense population of Rome. The empire's wealth grew, but so did its interconnectedness, creating a world where distant cultures influenced one another in ways subtle and profound. The legions, disciplined and loyal, stood watch along the empire's vast frontiers. They built fortresses, roads, and towns, their presence shaping the cultural landscape of regions far from Rome. Soldiers stationed along the Rhine, the Danube, and in the deserts of the East lived lives marked by routine and vigilance, yet they brought with them customs, languages, and expectations that slowly transformed the areas they protected. In turn, these distant lands contributed their own traditions, foods, and beliefs, weaving a complex cultural tapestry within Rome's borders. The emperors who followed Augustus inherited an empire built on both strength and delicate balance. Some guided it with wisdom, patience, and a commitment to the public good. Tiberius, though reserved, maintained stability. Claudius expanded the empire further by bringing Britain under Roman control. Vespasian restored order after the chaos of civil war, rebuilding the city and strengthening the treasury. Trajan expanded Rome's reach to its greatest territorial extent, while Hadrian focused on fortifying and consolidating, building the famous wall that marked Rome's northernmost boundary in Britain. Rome under these emperors became a world of remarkable diversity. In its cities, one could hear dozens of languages spoken in marketplaces. Philosophers debated in public squares, blending ideas from Greece, Egypt, and the Near East. Artists crafted mosaics that adorned villas with patterns and scenes drawn from myth and daily life. Theaters hosted plays, amphitheaters hosted games, and public baths welcomed people from all walks of life, offering spaces for relaxation, exercise, and conversation. Life in the empire moved to the rhythms of festivals, harvests, and the steady march of legions across distant provinces. Yet, beneath the surface of prosperity, a sense of fragility remained. The sheer size of the empire made communication slow and governance complex. Distant provinces required constant attention, and borders needed defending against tribes whose movements and alliances shifted unpredictably. Emperors relied on governors, generals, and administrators whose loyalty could not always be guaranteed. The success of the empire depended on a chain of relationships stretching across thousands of miles, a delicate structure vulnerable to strain. Religion, too, evolved during this time. The traditional Roman gods, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and others, remained central to public life, with festivals and ceremonies held in their honor. Yet as the empire expanded, new beliefs entered its borders. Eastern cults, mystery religions, and philosophical schools offered different interpretations of the divine and the nature of existence. Among these emerging traditions was a small movement rooted in the eastern provinces, centered around teachings of compassion, humility, and spiritual renewal. Though at first unnoticed, it would one day rise to shape the future of Rome in ways no one then could foresee. The challenges of governance were further complicated by the choices of individual emperors. Some were wise and restrained, others reckless or unstable. Caligula's erratic behavior shocked the empire and strained its institutions. Nero's rule ended in revolt and tragedy. Periods of turmoil sometimes followed the deaths of emperors who left no clear heirs. Civil wars broke out between ambitious generals, each commanding legions that were loyal to them personally. These conflicts tested the resilience of the empire, yet each time, Rome managed to restore order, guided by leaders who recognized the importance of unity. As the 2nd century unfolded, the empire experienced another wave of prosperity under the leadership of the so-called 5 good emperors. Nerva established a system of succession based on merit rather than birth. Trajan expanded Rome's boundaries across the Danube. Hadrian traveled the empire, strengthening defenses and promoting cultural exchange. Antoninus Pius presided over a period of stability, while Marcus Aurelius, philosopher and soldier, guided the empire through both war and contemplation. Under their leadership, Rome reached a level of refinement and confidence admired even centuries later. Yet even in this golden age, signs of strain began to appear. The vast resources required to defend the borders weighed heavily on the treasury. Shifting populations beyond the frontiers brought new pressures, and outbreaks of disease reminded the empire of its vulnerability. Philosophers debated the nature of duty and impermanence, sensing that the balance Rome had maintained for so long could not last forever. The emperors themselves felt the weight of responsibility, knowing that the fate of millions depended on their judgment and resolve. In this era of both achievement and quiet tension, the seeds of future challenges were being sown. The empire's size, once a symbol of its strength, now stretched its systems to their limits. And as the 3rd century approached, Rome would soon face a period unlike any it had known before, a time of upheaval, transformation, and resilience that would test the very foundations of the imperial world. As the 2nd century turned toward the 3rd, the Roman Empire stood at a crossroads. For generations, its stability had rested on careful leadership, economic strength, and the cohesive force of shared identity across distant provinces. The empire stretched from the misty shores of Britain to the sun-baked deserts of Arabia, from the forests of Germania to the fertile valleys of the Nile. Its roads tied together countless communities. Its laws shaped daily life, and its culture blended influences from across the known world. To the outside observer, Rome appeared immovable, an enduring presence whose reach and authority seemed destined to last forever. But beneath this appearance of strength, tensions were quietly accumulating. The vast expanse of territory required constant vigilance, and the legions stationed along far-flung frontiers faced mounting pressures from tribes and confederations whose movements were shaped by shifting climates, hunger, and the search for new lands. Diplomacy and military might had long held these groups at bay, but subtle changes were underway beyond Rome's borders, changes that would soon reverberate through the empire's core. Inside Rome, the demands placed on emperors grew heavier with each passing generation. Marcus Aurelius, a philosopher at heart, spent much of his reign at war in the northern provinces, fighting to secure territories vulnerable to incursion. His efforts held the line, but the strain on manpower, finances, and morale was palpable. When he died, leaving power to his son Commodus, the transition marked the end of an era defined by thoughtful leadership and relative unity. Commodus's reign, marked by unpredictability and excess, shook the confidence of the governing elite and eroded trust within the army. His assassination opened the gates to a period of turbulence that ushered in the 3rd century, a century that would test Rome as never before. What followed was a time now remembered as the crisis of the 3rd century, a period when the empire nearly collapsed under the weight of simultaneous challenges. Emperors came and went with alarming speed, many raised to power by the army, and just as quickly replaced. Legions stationed in different regions declared their own leaders, and rival claimants battled for supremacy in a cycle of conflict that brought instability to the heart of the empire. The unity that had once defined Rome now seemed fragile, stretched thin by the ambitions of generals and the fears of citizens. Beyond the political turmoil, external pressures mounted. Germanic tribes pushed against the northern borders with increasing force, testing the defenses along the Rhine and the Danube. In the east, a resurgent Persian empire under the Sasanian dynasty challenged Roman authority, capturing cities and confronting legions in fierce battles. These threats strained the empire's resources, making it difficult to respond effectively on multiple fronts. At the same time, trade routes suffered disruptions, and inflation weakened the economy. Coins that had once been trusted symbols of value were debased, causing confidence to falter across markets and provinces. Amid these hardships, disease added to the burden. Outbreaks swept through cities and military camps, reducing the population and leaving deep scars on communities already grappling with uncertainty. Temples and forums, once filled with activity, saw quieter days as people retreated into their homes, mourning losses and wondering whether stability would ever return. The challenges felt relentless, yet the empire endured, held together by the resilience of its people, the determination of its soldiers, and the lingering strength of its institutions. In the midst of the chaos, leaders emerged who sought to restore order. Among them was a soldier emperor named Aurelian, a man of discipline and clarity who reclaimed territories that had broken away and reunited the fragmented empire. Under his leadership, regions that had declared independence were brought back into the fold, and the borders were strengthened once more. Though his reign was brief, his efforts marked a turning point, offering a glimmer of stability after decades of disorder. Not long after, another figure would take on the monumental task of rebuilding Rome's foundations. Diocletian, a leader of immense organizational skill, recognized that the empire had grown too large and too complex for a single ruler to manage. He introduced the tetrarchy, a system that divided authority among 4 emperors, 2 senior and 2 junior, each responsible for governing specific regions. This new approach aimed to ensure rapid responses to crises, reduce the burden on individual rulers, and bring clarity to succession. Under Diocletian, reforms improved tax systems, strengthened the army, and introduced structures that brought much-needed order to public life. The tetrarchy brought a measure of stability, yet it could not erase the empire's deeper challenges. After Diocletian's retirement, rivalries re-emerged as leaders vied for control, and the ideal of shared rule gave way once again to conflict. From this struggle rose a figure whose influence would reshape the future not only of Rome, but of the Western world for centuries to come. His name was Constantine. Constantine's rise brought an end to the era of multiple emperors as he established himself as sole ruler of the empire. His reign introduced sweeping changes, but none more significant than his support for a once persecuted faith, Christianity. He issued edicts granting religious tolerance, ending centuries of harsh treatment toward Christians, and allowing the faith to grow openly. Over time, Christianity became increasingly intertwined with Roman identity, shaping laws, culture, and institutions. Constantine also founded a new capital, Byzantium, which he renamed Constantinople. Situated at a crossroads of continents and trade routes, the city would become a vibrant center of power long after the western half of the empire faded. Under Constantine and his successors, the empire persisted, but the world around it continued to shift. Pressures on the borders intensified as migrating peoples sought new lands, sometimes peacefully, sometimes through force. The internal challenges of governance, economy, and cultural adaptation compounded the external pressures. Even so, Rome remained a symbol of continuity and tradition, its people striving to preserve the legacy of centuries during an age of transformation. As the 4th century moved into the 5th, Rome found itself standing between 2 eras, one shaped by ancient traditions that had guided the empire for centuries, and another defined by shifting populations, new faiths, and emerging powers along its borders. The empire had endured crisis after crisis, adapted to enormous challenges, and reshaped itself more than once. Yet the pressures mounting now were unlike any that had come before. The world beyond Rome's frontiers was changing, and these changes rippled inward, affecting the heart of the empire. The division between East and West, once a practical solution for administration, became increasingly pronounced. The Eastern Empire, centered in Constantinople, benefited from strong trade routes, defensible borders, and a wealth of cities that remained culturally vibrant. It carried forward the traditions of Rome with energy and resilience. The Western Empire, however, confronted declining resources, shrinking populations, and mounting military challenges. The city of Rome itself, though still a symbol of immense prestige, was no longer the political center of the empire. Leadership shifted to other cities, Milan, Ravenna, while Constantinople emerged as the new seat of imperial power. Along the frontiers, tribes and confederations whose ancestors had long interacted with Rome began crossing into imperial territory in larger numbers. Some sought land and security, while others were fleeing forces pressing them from behind. The Visigoths, pushed westward by the expansion of the Huns, petitioned for refuge within the empire. Though they were initially accepted, mistreatment and mismanagement led to conflict. Tensions rose until these displaced people, once seeking shelter, found themselves fighting for survival against the empire that had welcomed them. In this climate of strain and uncertainty, battles erupted across regions once quiet and prosperous. Provinces faced challenges that required swift responses, yet the Western Empire, weakened by internal divisions and diminishing resources, struggled to meet them. Armies composed of Roman soldiers and allies fought to maintain order, but the unity that had once defined the legions was no longer as strong. Generals rose to prominence and fell quickly, their loyalty often tied to shifting political alliances rather than a unified vision for the empire's future. In the year 410, an event occurred that would reverberate through history with quiet, haunting power. The city of Rome, which had stood strong for more than 8 centuries, was entered and plundered by the Visigoths under their leader, Alaric. The shock of this moment extended far beyond the physical damage. For generations, Rome had been seen as eternal, a city protected by its gods, its traditions, and its reputation. Its walls had withstood countless threats, and its influence had shaped the known world. The idea that it could be breached seemed unthinkable. Yet the sack was not a sudden collapse, but the culmination of long-standing pressures, a sign that the familiar world was shifting irrevocably. Still, Rome did not disappear. Life continued in the city, markets reopened, and its cultural and spiritual significance endured. But the balance of power had changed, and the Western Empire found itself increasingly reliant on alliances with groups it once viewed as outsiders. Some of these alliances brought stability for a time, while others introduced new complexities. The empire adapted where it could, negotiating, reorganizing, and striving to maintain a version of the order that had guided it for generations. As the 5th century progressed, new kingdoms emerged within territories that had once been firmly under Roman control. The Vandals established themselves in North Africa, controlling key trade routes. The Visigoths settled in Spain. The Franks expanded in Gaul, and other groups carved out regions that blended Roman traditions with their own customs. These changes did not happen overnight, nor did they erase the cultural foundations of the empire. Instead, a gradual transformation unfolded, one that blended old and new in ways that would shape the centuries to come. The Western Roman Empire eventually reached a point where its structures could no longer sustain the weight of external pressures and internal weaknesses. In the year 476, a young emperor named Romulus Augustulus was deposed by a military leader named Odoacer. The symbolic resonance of this moment, an emperor sharing the name of Rome's legendary founder removed from power, marked the end of imperial rule in the West. There was no dramatic collapse, no single moment when the empire vanished. Instead, power shifted quietly into new hands, and the structures of administration and society slowly evolved into something different. While the Western Empire faded, the Eastern Empire, later known as the Byzantine Empire, continued to flourish. Centered in Constantinople, it preserved Roman law, culture, and identity for nearly 1,000 years after the fall of the West. Its scholars copied ancient texts, its architects built splendid churches, and its leaders governed territories that remained vibrant and influential. In many ways, the Roman Empire lived on through the East, its legacy carried forward by generations who still called themselves Romans long after the city of Rome had changed hands. Across the former provinces of the West, echoes of Rome endured. Latin remained a foundation for new languages. Roman law influenced emerging legal systems. Roads built by Roman engineers continued to guide travelers and merchants. Christianity, once a small movement on the empire's fringes, grew into a powerful spiritual force that shaped the beliefs and values of countless communities. Art, architecture, literature, and philosophy all bore the imprint of Roman influence, woven into the fabric of medieval and modern societies. The story of the Roman Empire did not end with its political fall. It transformed into memory, tradition, and inspiration. It lived on in the ruins of amphitheaters and aqueducts, in the spread of ideas that crossed continents, and in the dreams of leaders who sought to recreate its unity and grandeur. Even today, the legacy of Rome can be felt in the languages we speak, the laws we follow, and the cities we build. Its history stretches like a long shadow across time, a reminder of human ambition, resilience, creativity, and the complexities of power. As this vast narrative comes to rest, the image of Rome lingers gently in the mind. A city rising from simple beginnings on the banks of the Tiber, expanding into a republic, transforming into an empire, and evolving through triumphs and trials that shape the world. Its story is not merely one of marble and legions, but of people living through ages of change, carrying forward traditions while adapting to new realities. In the quiet, after the fall, Rome remains, a presence felt not only in history books, but in the enduring patterns of civilization that stretch far beyond its ancient walls.